Where's my voice? Where's my voice? Let me get some music for myself. What to listen to today? Space Phobia. That's the word that comes to mind. Space Phobia. Can we put my chat on screen so I can see your guys' messages? There it is. Okay. So where am I here? I was busy with the hair. Cool. Mr. Subin, welcome. What's happening in the United Kingdom today? What's new? In other words, what's new? It's a normal day. Today is also a normal day, except that there's a lot of activity. Lots of stuff happening, lots of people doing stuff and talking and yelling and running, and yeah, most of the week is pretty quiet. The weekends get pretty rowdy. Now, why do you keep doing that? My partner keeps coming through here and turning off my lights. So I'm like trying to figure out, what is this shadow? This shadow, where's it coming from? Ah, it's because my lights have been turned off again. Yeah, he's fucking sexy, eh? I live in the Republic of South Africa, that's correct. Have you ever been to Africa? Do you know what it's like? I've never been to the UK. How is it that there's a lot of black persons? Excuse me for laughing. It just is that way. It has always been that way. Native people from Africa have always had very dark skin. That's just how it's been for like thousands and thousands of years. Only in the last 100 years did we get lighter skinned people on this continent. They started visiting the continent, started mixing the blood. But until then, it was always very dark skinned people in this continent. Why is it that there are so many white people in the United Kingdoms and in Europe? Why is it that way? How is it that way? It doesn't make any sense. Why is it that way? I don't know, because UK is a place of white people. Yeah, I guess it's the same answer. It just always has been that way. People in Europe have always just had very fair skin. Whatever the reason is, it's not really that relevant. It's just how it has been. Some people say it's because of the temperatures. I don't know about that. Who cares about the temperatures? It doesn't really matter. It's colder in Europe, so people must have fair skin. Everything is white. There's lots of snow. Including the people. Maybe. Maybe that's why. Who can really say for sure, you know? But was your skin also became black in a few years? Yeah, exactly. Why is my skin so pale? If, you know, it's about the conditions, the weather conditions. Although if I must be pretty honest with you, Mr. Subin, I do get pretty dark in summer. My skin gets pretty dark in summer. Not black, but it gets dark. When I've been in the sun. Emma Tompkinson, hey friend, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome in. Thanks for joining me today. Popping in to see what I'm doing, how I'm doing. You're doing good, by the way. I mean, there's always weird stuff going on in life, right? That can perturb a person, but like, I'm good besides that. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. And you know, the full moon always brings with it like weird emotional stuff. Like, I find a lot of stuff, emotional baggage that hasn't been dealt with in the past, or stuff that has been dealt with but not fully, it tends to like have a rebound effect on full moons. Where it like really hits and you're like, whoa, I see I haven't worked through that yet. Do I want, what shade do I want these horns? Let me not worry too much about them yet. Let me outline this flame. Lots of positive to see. Right? The universe is always throwing innumerable blessings at us, and it's really just up to us whether we're going to like notice it or not. Because, you know, like, negative is really just a label. If we're looking at events as if one could be better than another, that's the only time we're going to see a negative aspect to things. If we accept that each moment is just as good as any other moment, you know, regardless of what's happening in that moment, that's when we can see all the blessing and all the opportunity. still haven't really decided on what the background of this image is going to look like. Less by the negative twist. Lessons lead to growth. What we may think is a negative situation is the universe working its magic for our journey. Can't disagree with that statement. No, cannot disagree with that statement. It's like if I see someone is sad, I'm often like it's a habit of mine, or us as humans, to be like, oh well, you're going through something tough, you know, shame. It's a worse off situation than what I'm in. But really, every situation has its downsides and has its upsides. Every situation is like, you know, there's no one moment that's better than another. It's just whether we're fixating our minds on the things we don't like about the situation, or if we're fixating our minds on the things that are beautiful and blessing and blessed within that situation. Like if I see someone sad, I could be like, yes, it's sad. You know, it's sad. There are things to be sad about, and there are things to be happy about. And just be present with them through their sadness. Exactly, exactly. Like, I feel that's what people miss about empathy, you know? People are like, oh, I'm feeling empathetic for that person, but actually you're feeling sympathy for that person. Like, if you're considering your circumstances or another past circumstance to be better, then it's, you know, it's sympathy. Empathy is being able to say, okay, I've been there, I know what you're feeling. And then compassion is, it doesn't really matter. And compassion says, like, it doesn't really matter what you're going through. It doesn't really matter if there's pain in this moment, because, you know, every moment spent with you is beauty. Every moment spent with those that I care about is beauty and perfection. Doesn't matter if we're sad, doesn't matter if we're hurting, as long as we are here present with one another. So, where are we now? Veronica, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing today? Yeah, I'm doing good. I can't think of anything I could complain about in this moment. If I try really hard, I probably could, but who's looking for things to complain about, right? We're looking for reasons to be happy. I'm looking for reasons to be joyful. Yes. Because if we try really hard, we can always find something to be grateful for and something to be happy about. After my exams end, I will also start painting along with your live streams. Did I freeze? I look forward to it. I really look forward to you drawing along with me. I love it when folks come and co-create when I'm working. I'm so excited now. What is this sketch about? I'm just drawing a friend, doing a commission piece for someone. I'm also throwing in some fantasy elements, making him look like he's, I don't know, the Baphomet or something. I've added horns and like flames on his head. So he sent me a reference photo, and in the reference photo he's got a like Snapchat. I'll show you. You see, he's got like a filter on his head. So I've added that into the final drawing as well. I guess it's your friend's B-day. I wonder. I don't remember when his birthday is. Hey Vansh, welcome back, welcome in. How you doing today? Shit. Shit. I'm leaving ink blobs on the page. Ah, that's an epic failure. There's no undo button. There's no go back. Now whose birthday is it? Lol. Varnch thinks he's getting a reading. Lol. You see, I'm not doing readings now, Vanch. From where did I learn this art? By practicing, to be honest. By practicing. And just years of practice, eh? Nothing special. Just practice. You're inspired to start your old habits once again. You're most welcome. You know, that's all I can hope to do, you know? Is inspire you guys. Inspire you and everyone else. What do I feel my life's purpose is? My life's purpose is freedom. Freedom of expression. Freedom from fears, freedom from shames, freedom from everything that hinders us or holds us back. So that's my purpose, is to find freedom and be free and to inspire freedom and share freedom with others. That is my life's purpose. And I choose that purpose, by the way. It's not divinely given to me. I choose that purpose. Because I feel like I got to choose if I wanted to be here on this planet. Like, I chose to incarnate as a human being. It was my will. And so why did I do that? I did that because I wanted to be free. I wanted to express freedom. And so I chose to be alive, and that choice was my purpose. And so I continue with that purpose. What about you, Varnika? What do you feel like your life's purpose is? La, da, 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 fulfilling duties with family and career, then leave after 30 to live life like a monk. Crazy. You're gonna live like a monk? What does that look like? What does it look like to be a monk? I guess I know. I spent a little bit of time at a convent, at a Buddhist convent. I kind of know what it's like to be a monk. It sucks. Fucking sucks to be a monk. Nah, it's not so bad. I feel like I pretty much live like a monk. Some things are different. Like celibacy, I'm not celibate. I still eat sugar every now and then. I still draw. Monks don't draw. Still paint and dance and things like that, which monks don't do. But apart from that, I live as a monk, and so, you know, I'm far away from society. So I guess I kind of know what you mean. Naked HD. You're about to go to a Vipassana center yourself, so that's exactly what I was talking about, you know? When I said I kind of know what it's like to be a monk, is that like in April I went to a Vipassana meditation retreat. It's quite a hardcore experience, but it's very, there's a lot of value there, a lot of value to be found. Wishing you luck. I just want to let you know that after like the first day, you will want to leave. You will want to run away and never come back. But don't, you know, don't run away. Stay there. Because after a couple of days, you start to get used to the lifestyle, and it actually it's cool. You don't mind it so much. But yeah, after the first day, you will want to leave. You'll be like, what the fuck am I doing here? Why did I bring myself here to go through this pain? But yeah, you're gonna live like a monk. You're gonna wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and start meditating. And the bells are gonna ring, the gong is gonna ring, and you're gonna go and eat breakfast, and the gong is gonna ring, and then you're gonna go meditate. And basically, you're gonna eat, sleep, and meditate for a whole 10 days straight with no breaks. No speaking, dead silence. It's quite hectic, it's quite heavy. It's quite a heavy experience. But it will completely transform you. It'll transform you and give you authority over yourself and your emotions like you've never known before. Authority over your own mind that you have no idea can even exist. Welcome to our fairy world. They're gonna try and convert you to Buddhism though, just by the way. They're gonna make it seem like Buddhism is the best thing in the world and you should be a Buddhist. And that's fine, you know, if you want to be Buddhist, then you go ahead and be Buddhist, and just letting you know. They'll say this is not a religion, but everything is Buddhist. Yeah, they do. They will teach you how to deal with pain and overcome. They teach you how to deal with your own rowdy mind. Like, if you ever tried to sit and focus on one thing, it's not that easy. When you come back from your 10 days of meditation, it will be a lot easier. You'll have a lot more authority over your mind. You say, mind, focus on this, and it'll do it. Like, you'll be able to say, okay, it's time to sleep, and you will go to sleep, no matter... Like, maybe most of us, we experience it, we try and sleep and we can't because our mind is too busy. Now, after Vipassana, you'll be able to tell your mind it's time to sleep now, and it will listen. Oh, you are already Buddhist. Okay, cool. I'm not religious of any kind. I don't subscribe to any religion. You believe that your religion is humanity but nothing else, and then you still say that you're Buddhist though, so like, I don't even know about that religion being humanity. I don't like the word religion, don't use it. I don't use it. Like, I'll just say, if you ask me what am I, I'll tell you I'm a human being, I'm a man. If you tell me what do I believe in, I'll tell you I believe in myself and my own spirit, my own God. What is my purpose? Freedom is my purpose. Nothing to do with religions of any kind. Nothing to do with politics. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was born into a Catholic family, so yeah. So I get what you mean. So what's it like growing up in a Buddhist family? Do they like... What are some of the traditions that you guys have? Like as a Catholic, traditions are like going to church on a Sunday. There are some rituals that we do, like the Holy Communion, where everyone in the church will drink grape juice and eat bread together. And we'll say prayers while we do it. And we'll do this on specific days of the year, like there's specific celebrations where we go to the church and do the communion. And then there's the confession ritual, which is like if you're feeling guilty about something or you've done something wrong, and you go and you tell the priest about it. You just tell him, you just be honest and you confess whatever it is that's bothering you. There's also the christening ritual, which is when a baby is born, and there's like some rituals that are done on them. They're anointed with oil. There's a confirmation ritual where that is done again when you get to like teenage years and you decide, okay, I actually want to be Catholic. Then they will do the confirmation ritual. Why did I decide to go to a meditation center? Because I wanted to, be sure that I had the technique right. The meditation technique of like body scanning, body observation, sensation observation. Because there are so many people that say, this is what Vipassana is, this is what meditation is supposed to be. And then I would tell people, oh yeah, I meditate. And they'd be like, you're doing it wrong. You need to do it like this and that, like Vipassana. And I'd be like, what is Vipassana? And then they'd say, oh, it's this, that, and that. And I'll be like, yeah, well, that's what I'm doing. They're like, no, it's not what you're doing. So going to the meditation retreat, first of all, was about the lifestyle. It was about like rectifying my own lifestyle because I'd fallen very much out of sync. So the discipline and the routine of waking up at specific time, eating at specific times, eating only healthy things, no substances, no alcohol, no cigarettes, no coffee, that kind of thing, re-establishing that control and that discipline in my life. And then secondly was to make sure I had the routine, the technique, the meditation technique correct. And yeah, I did have it. I was doing it correctly all along. In Buddhism, it's not important to pray or do all holy rituals. This is not basically religion, it's a way of living. So tell me what that way of living looks like for like someone who's born into a Buddhist family, because I understand what Buddhist philosophy is. I understand who the Buddha was and what he was teaching, and it makes sense. I resonate with a lot of it. It's like not so different from the things that I believe, but I'm interested from the perspective of someone who's born into the family, because always people, like as a Catholic, what's actually taught in the Bible, what Jesus' philosophies were, Yeshua's philosophies, are not the same as the things that are practiced by Christians. So, it's one thing to say, okay, Buddhism is a way of life and it's a philosophy, but then what does it actually look like as one who's born into a Buddhist household? Because surely they are inconsistencies or differences. You know, things that Buddhists practice that the Buddha never taught, basically. That Gautama never taught. Okay, maybe a different question. Why are you going to the meditation center, Varnika? Like, what are you going to accomplish there? What's the point? What's your purpose and intention? It just preaches reality of life, acceptance, detachment, overcoming your incarnation by intense meditation, and going deep to see why is the soul attached to the body, finding lessons inside. Okay. How many accounts do you have, dude? Like 23. Whoa. Whoa. All my platforms just disconnected now. And then reconnected. What am I doing? I was checking something. I forgot what I was checking. Right, I was checking to see if Unconventional Couple was streaming. Yes, indeed they are. Make sure, just check who is streaming. Check who is busy streaming. Is it my sister? Is it someone else? Who is it? Who is it? Yeah, it's not my sister, okay, so I can continue playing music. Going to the meditation because you're sick and tired of life and myself and need healing. Correct meditation technique? I just want to be free of my mind because it sucks. Well, you're gonna find the answer to that for sure. And a lot more other things. 30 minutes ago. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Midnight Rain Love, how you doing? How you doing today? It's probably early morning for you, isn't it? Yeah, good to see you too. Tired. How about me? It's 7 a.m. It's like 1 a.m. 1 p.m. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. and I'm good. I am good. Like, there's always things that we could complain about. If we think about it really hard, we could find issues. But if we think about it really hard, we can also find blessings. So that's where my mind is. My mind is looking for the blessing, not the curse. Sir, it was great interacting with you, and now it's my study time. Need to go. Take care and good day. All of those things to you as well, hey? Take care and have a good day, and it has been great chatting with you too. I'll see you soon. You're debating on making breakfast. So the way I do it is that I dictate that I'm gonna have tea and maybe a fruit. I dictate it. I don't give myself an option. And then I debate after that whether I'm gonna go an extra step and make like toast and peanut butter or toast and eggs or something. But like initially, like there's no, I don't give myself a choice. I better put something in my tummy. Enjoy your breakfast, Midnight. Because it's like, what is the point of life if we can't enjoy these little pleasures like breakfast? Mine is toast and eggs, but I'm ready to be laid down and relax. So basically you're saying you haven't slept yet? Are you saying that you haven't eaten all night and you haven't slept all night and you didn't eat all day before? That's hectic though. It's just heavy. You are hardcore. That's all I can say. Is that you are hardcore. Third shift hours, so no. Okay. Okay, so I see. You just mean you want to have morning food. Because I'm sure that you have eaten something else since the last time that you woke up. Haven't been eating much. Please take care of yourself, Midnight. Please look after yourself, dear. Like, one of the shittiest things is not eating enough. Going for long periods of time without the right diet, you know, with eating junk food and not eating properly, not sleeping properly. That's how I find myself burned out. That's how I end up. Like, I start to find that basic things are impossible to accomplish anymore. Sitting down and making music, doing the things that I love becomes impossible. Like, I don't feel like I have enough energy, and it's because of not looking after myself. So please, dear, please look after yourself. Please. You value sleeping more lately. This is why I want a new career. This one drains me dry. I see. No time for anything. Yeah. Like, there's often times in my life where I feel like I've got no time for the things that I care about. At various points I feel that, and then like, there's this part of me that, like, kind of gaslights myself, and I'm like, is this true? Am I just feeling this way? And it usually is, you know. I usually can see that I can change habits. I can change little things to give myself more time. Change little habits here and there to create better balance, no matter how bad it might seem. Like, when I was working on a construction site as a laborer on a building site, then I literally felt like I had no time. Like, I would wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I would then start feeding the animals here, doing farm work. I'd leave by 6 o'clock, on the road until 7 o'clock, working from 7 until 5, get home at 6, and then have to feed animals and take care of farm animals. And this is in the middle of winter, so it's fucking dark at 5 o'clock already. And then I've still got to cook for myself and prepare lunch for the next day, and then sleep. So I end up sleeping by 12, up again by 4, and I was like asking myself, okay, there's got to be some way that I can change things. And like, I was able to find little compromises. Like, for 1 week I would live like that, and I would cook family-sized meals every day after I sorted everything out before I went to sleep. And then the next week, because then I would freeze all those meals, so then the next week I didn't, instead of having to cook for myself, I could do something else that I care about or something I enjoyed. And I wouldn't have to worry about lunch either. I'd be able to take that with me. Ah, thank you so much. Some nuts and dried fruits. And then I was finding I don't have enough time in the mornings, no matter how early I wake up. I don't seem to have enough time in the mornings. So then I also made some adjustments and changes there. I would make my coffee and other things the night before when I'm getting ready for bed. I found little things that I could change, little habits I could adjust. Interesting, you are very health conscious. If I may ask, what did you eat today for breakfast, lunch and dinner? So today I've only had breakfast basically. I woke up at like 8 o'clock and I ate... No, I usually wake up at 8 o'clock. Today I woke up at like 9:30. I woke up late. So I had some tea and some toast with peanut butter. And then just before I started streaming I had some like plain yogurt. And now I've got some nuts. So basically now I will snack like this until dinner time. And for dinner I will have vegetable curry. Vegetable curry on rice. But welcome in Macabre. Nice to see you again. I might have an apple or an orange as well. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. So no, I'm not vegetarian, but I also don't have to eat meat every day. Like I don't make a point to eat meat with every meal. I tried something like that before, but I failed in doing that. However, I'm just ready for a complete change of career and job. I see. Yeah, it's not easy to, be able to see. It's not always easy to apply that discipline if you're feeling like you don't have enough time or space or energy. Then to create the discipline shift is not easy. To be like, okay, I actually can be doing things differently and then do those things differently. It's not an easy shift. So we raise pigs here on this farm and chickens. So that's basically the only meat that we eat. Chicken and pork meat. Sometimes we'll trade a piece of pork, or we'll trade a pig for a sheep, or for like a leg of cow, of beef. So occasionally we'll have other things to eat, but mostly that's the meat that we eat. What we farm here. So then, if I don't list to kill an animal to eat, then I don't eat meat, If I'm like, it's too much of a hassle to kill a bird, then I won't eat a bird. And I never eat out. It's just unnecessary expense. And I'm also never satisfied. Like if I go and eat out on the rare occasion, I'm always disappointed. Like, I'm always thinking to myself, I could have made a better dish, could have made this dish better at home, and enjoyed myself more, and spent less money doing it. Oh no, I can make the shift. It's the management wants to make us drivers work extremely long hours and be unethical and illegal. Oh, I see. I see. That is how it is though, eh? With companies, all companies. Not all of them. Okay, well, I've yet to meet a company that isn't unethical and illegal and taking advantage of people. It's good to hear that that's not how it is in the whole world, but that's definitely how it is in the third world. Even government-run organizations. In fact, government-run organizations are the worst. Government-run organizations do pay better though. Like, they might still be unethical and expect ridiculous things from people, but at least they pay properly. Private companies are illegal and unethical, and they underpay at the same time. It's not so bad. Seeing as I don't work for a company, it's not so bad. But if only the whole world would treat others better, we all may be better off, yeah. And that's the change we want to create, right? That's the change we want to create. And we can only create change by changing ourselves. We can only create change through example. Like someone was asking me the other day, what is the goal? You know, what is the goal with the sleeping patterns and the health and whatever? And I was thinking to myself about that, like I waking up between 7 and 8 and 9, depending on the day of the week. If it's 7, if it's 8, if it's 9, sometimes as early as 6. So I was like, what's the goal? Where do I want to wake up? Where do I want to go to sleep? So I think like 5:30 is the time that I want to wake up in the ideal world, and sleeping probably by 11. That gives me like 6 hours of sleep, which is more than enough. And when it comes to diet and health, I'd like to not be adding sugars or salts to things. I'd like to be able to eat good food that doesn't require I add things to it, and I want to get used to like not having huge amounts of sugar or salt in everything that I eat. Eating my own produce, vegetables and livestock. Staying away from luxuries like crisps and chips and desserts, unless I'm making it from my own produce, then it's all good. And that's an occasional thing. And the reason I'm conscious of my diet and my health and my sleeping pattern the way I am is because of my schizophrenia and my bipolar. So that makes my biochemistry really fucking sensitive. And I will, like, bipolar, the way you experience it is like something will remind you of something. You'll feel like an emotional trigger from something you read or something you see that sends you into this ecstatic manic state. And then you'll encounter something that triggers your emotions and you'll go into a depressive, miserable state. And this can happen many times throughout the day. And I find, like, if I'm low on sleep, or if I've been eating badly, or if I'm, drinking coffee and taking other kinds of drugs, then it's much easier for me to get triggered, and I struggle a lot more throughout the day. And I can, like, make rapid shifts. And feeling groggy and tired, like eating sugar or spending too much time in front of the TV, that'll leave me feeling groggy and tired, and then I can't get out of bed. I go to bed early and I sleep 12 hours and I'm still groggy. Spending too much time in front of the TV or drinking too much coffee will do that to me. Eating like MSG filled foods will do that to me, like luxuries. So, I'm just learning to cope with my own fucking brain, and that requires that I stay away from artificial shit. Stay with the organic shit. It makes life so much easier for me. It's not so bad. It sucks when I'm going through it, but I've learned ways to get around it, and I don't miss artificial stuff. I don't miss like MSG and colorants and preservatives. I don't miss the things that have made me feel shit. And then schizophrenia is not so bad, it's just like being neurodivergent. They say that our reality testers don't work, but that's not the case. There's just no difference between the symbol of reality and reality itself. Like, this picture is the man. It's a symbol of him, and so it is him. There are dangers, when you are neurodivergent schizophrenic. There are dangers. You can end up creating a really dark and terrifying reality for yourself by surrounding yourself with the wrong symbols. Yeah, looking damn sexy there. Am I done? Pretty much. I need a background. I need some kind of background, but otherwise I'm done with that drawing. Done with that sketch. Apart from the backdrop. My realism is getting better and better and better with every sketch, with every portrait. I can like draw at hyper speed today because it's not so fucking cold. It's a bit warmer than it has been. Cabri, if you're still here, you know, the other day you said if I had time you wanted to ask me a question, but you never did ask me the question. I've been super curious. Please feel free to ask it at any time. Gotta get inside the house. See you soon. content creation is really fucking hard at this point. You know, sharing one computer between two content creators, and it's not exactly the best of computers. Very fucking difficult. Like, my partner wants to record music and I want to edit videos. One of us can only do one of these things at once. Like, I'm trying to time-lapse these videos so that I can upload them. And I've got one video time-lapsed. In 2 weeks I've managed to get one video time-lapsed. Because, you know, some days I'll reach for the laptop and then she'll be like, but I was gonna record music. And I'll be like, well, you know, I did spend the last 3 days editing videos, so I guess I gotta give you a turn at some point, right? But yeah, what can you do? Slow progress is better than no progress, right? And I'm really glad that she's finally got her album recorded and she's got it uploaded to Bandcamp. She hasn't published it publicly yet, but it, you know, the fact that it's there is an evolution. And then, like, I want to time-lapse videos and I also want to record music. At some point I've got to record my tracks as well. It really isn't easy when you're only working with one machine and limited amounts of electricity. And you're trying to stream every now and then as well. Every day. For me anyway, I'm trying to stream every day. Because, like, I would be drawing, like I would do one day on, do tarot readings, and then I would spend one day off doing music and drawing. So, you know, I want to put the other things that I'm doing online as well. And that's really hard when the electricity is so limited, the electricity situation is so limited. The energy is so limited, makes things interesting and slow. And then there's like certain points where you're like fucking frustrated. You're like, where is this gonna end? When am I gonna, like, when's things gonna get a little easier, a little smoother? Because it's been going on for years, and it's just like, you overcome one obstacle and you meet another one. Immediately. But I guess I should kind of be grateful, because it means that the universe is like keeping me up to speed. Because I could be falling behind, you know? The obstacles could be piling up on top of each other, but instead I'm able to conquer one and then meet the next one. Instead of like still be struggling with one problem and then another one gets layered on top and another one gets layered on top, and because that would be defeating. That would really make a person feel defeated. Like, what really got me thinking on that was yesterday, like, I went outside, I woke up really early and I was like, okay, since the power is off right now, I'm gonna start assembling, I'm gonna put the solar panel on the roof and I'm gonna start I'm gonna drill out the connectors for the battery so that they will fit. And what else was I gonna do? What else? Yeah, that's it. I was gonna put the solar panel on the roof and connect the stuff. But then I saw, oh snap, the MC4 connectors on the solar panel are corroded and no longer function. And there's also no firewood. So no power, no heat, and no firewood to make a fire with. So I had to prioritize getting firewood, and that's when I felt really defeated, because like these problems on problems. By the time I was finished collecting firewood, the day was basically gone. There was no time to put solar panels on the roof anymore. Such is life, right? Try again tomorrow. The times that I spend doing this, you know, focusing on monotonous details in a drawing, this feels like rest, it feels like rejuvenation. Playing video games or watching TV feels like work. I feel more drained doing that, and I don't feel like I'm resting or recovering. And at the same time, you know, when I'm drawing, at the same time as getting rest or getting like energetic, getting my batteries charged, I'm also creating a legacy at the same time. So it's a win-win situation. Why would I do anything else, right? Every completed project is a cornerstone in the identity. And every creative action adds weight to one's name. So I don't know how many of you guys know, but I'm like doing this psychic development course, although I haven't really done anything. I haven't attended any meetings or watched any videos yet, but Carla, the woman who's hosting the course, she did like this guided meditation, and she was like, close your eyes and imagine you're going into yourself, like into the center of your being, the core of your being. And you're going down, 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 down. You're finding, you know, the most center point, the most core part of your being. And you get there and you find that there's a door there. And this door is locked. It's a door that you locked. You locked it many years ago. This door is the door to your psychic abilities, to everything that is unseen, to the subtleties of reality. And you locked this a long time ago. And as you're standing here and you're witnessing this door in yourself that you've locked, unlock it. Imagine you're opening it and it's swinging open. My initial response to this was trigger, like, oh, I've done that before. I've unlocked this door before. I know about this door. I know what locked it. I know what opened it. And then I laughed at that egoic voice. I was like, huh, you think you know what you're talking about, ego? It was like, sure, we've unlocked many doors, but there are still many doors that are locked. We still have many limits on ourselves that we place there through our beliefs. So open the door, ego. Open the door, because, you know, no one knows what's behind that door. It's a symbolic action. Opening the door just means that you're inviting new things into yourself. You're inviting new growth and new expansion. It doesn't matter if we've invited expansion and growth into our being before. We do it again and again and again, and we keep growing. And so I invite you guys to follow in that, to follow suit, you know? Go into yourself, in your imagination, in your mind, find that door at the center of your being, the door to subtle realities and evolution and psychic abilities and all of the realms of impossibility and special ability that you've shut on yourself, the door that you've shut, and open it. Yeah, not likely that anything's going to change after you do that meditation and that visualization, but you go ahead and do it anyway because it's a symbol. It's a symbol of you saying, okay, I'm ready for new things. I'm ready to have my mind blown. Your mind will never be blown if you don't open the door, you know? If you don't open the doorways to opportunities to have your mind blown. If you don't say, okay, it's possible. I accept that it's possible and I'm ready to be surprised. Because if you don't open your mind, you know, then the most incredibly miraculous thing can happen in your daily life, and you will just explain it away and rationalize it away because your mind is closed. Oh, I made you moderator. Yes, I made you moderator because, yeah, I didn't know who else to make mod. Didn't know how else to mod. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in, Zara. Made you moderator yesterday after you got your reading. Well, I don't know if you got a reading yesterday, but you were in the chat and like I saw you there and I was like, I'm making you mod, Zara, so that you can swap the mosquitoes because there were a lot of trolls yesterday. But that's also only if you wanna be mod, you know. If you don't wanna be mod, then no stress. I also made Shika a mod because Shika often hangs out and comes and supports my streams. You know, I figured you and certain other people who come into the chat and you're not always here for a reading, you're not always here to get something. Sometimes you're here just to give of your presence and your energy. I felt like those are the kinds of people that I want as my mods. And also my spirit said it. My spirit literally just said to me, make Zara a mod. And I was like, okay. But I'm glad that you were honored. I think Macabri is also worthy of moderator status. What do you say, Macabri? Rahul, welcome. You just joined. Fantastic. Thank you for coming in. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Rahul. A lot of hard work and time. Excuse me for a second. I need to use the toilet. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Sticking around, waiting for me while I'm faffing and fucking around. Wait, what's going on? Why can I hear my own voice? Cool. It's better. Because I asked the universe, I said, hey, send me the people, the right kinds of people, you know, send me the people who are actually going to receive value from the content I'm creating. Don't send me people who can't see the value of what I'm creating. I don't want to throw pearls before the swine. And so I feel like certain viewers like Macabri and Exclaim and Zara and yeah, a lot of you guys, a lot actually, because like until recently most of the people who came into my chat were like, I don't know, needy. And then you guys started showing up, people like Barnica and Seema, and suddenly all of these people who are actually actually prepared to give some value in return for the value that you receive. You know, give some time, some contribution, some interaction, started appearing in the chat. No, I'm not worthy to be a mod. I just enjoy your wisdom, your drawing, and your courage. You are totally worthy to be a mod, bro. But you know, I can take your moderator status away if you really are offended by it. Wait, I feel like you come here and you chat, and even if you don't chat, you just sit around and you watch, and that's what I need from a mod. I need someone who is here very often. The people who stop in and who are quiet and reserved and don't feel like they need to shout their opinion from the rooftops. You people like you are the kinds of people that I need as mods. So maybe you don't feel worthy, but you really are. Welcome to Karan Joshua's channel. Like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Thank you so much. I see you're already exercising your moderator status, your moderator badge. But thank you so much for your recognition, Macabri, saying that you enjoy the wisdom and drawing and courage. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, whoops. I meant to switch the music up and then I didn't. That's what I meant to do. Because those tracks are fucking dope, but they've already played, so play some more dope tracks. When you were a kid, was it common for your friends or classmates to sit next to you and watch you draw for hours as if they were mesmerized? No. No, it wasn't. When I was a kid, I was the loner that no one wanted to be involved with. Always. I was the weird loner kid that everyone was embarrassed to be seen with. I had one or two friends. One real friend. Yeah. But no, he didn't spend hours watching me draw. He would draw as well, and he would always tell me that he thinks he draws better than me. And I didn't argue with that. I didn't think he was wrong. Like he would copy anime, he would copy like Dragon Ball Z magazines and stuff, and he would copy it pretty on point. And I would always draw freehand. I would draw like just things in my imagination. So yeah, naturally his drawings look better than mine. But it was just, like, in hindsight, it's just different styles of art, different. What we were creating was different, and neither of us was better than the other. But he moved to Switzerland, and I never heard from him again or saw him again. His name was Mario. Yeah. Yeah, it was really sad at the time, because then I never had any more friends. Never had another friend. That's not the truth. I did have another friend. Not at like preschool, not at primary school, but when I got to like just before high school, I made a friend named Hope, and she was like a line artist, and she still is. In fact, she runs a business called Cicada Moon, just in the area now, where she prints her art onto clothing. And we never spent time drawing together. And I always felt insecure. I always felt insecure about showing her the things that I'd drawn. Because I would show her things that I've drawn, and then she would like critique it like a professional artist. And that would make me feel insecure. We were the same age, but I guess she was just critiquing it because that's what happened with her art, because she was like, that was a subject for her at that time. So every piece she did, it would get critiqued and judged and marked. So she would like critique what I showed her the same way. But then I moved to Zimbabwe. And I stayed in contact with her, and I still know her, and when I came back to the area, we started hanging out again. And we trade art every now and then. We like swap art, like there's one of the tops that I wear that's got like snakes down the arms. That's one of hers. She gave that to me the last time I saw her, which wasn't all that long ago. Just like a couple of weeks ago. And like for her birthday, not last year but the year before, I gave her a tarot card that I'd drawn. Along with like the interpretation of the card. And a little personal note. She doesn't ever join the streams because she doesn't have internet, home internet. Welcome back, Midnight. You're welcome. And I made some friends in Zimbabwe, yeah, I made some good friends in Zimbabwe, but they never knew me as an artist, they knew me as a musician and a dancer. I never showed them any art, and during my time in Zimbabwe, I did very little drawing, to be honest. I would play my electric guitar in the garage, usually at night, playing covers of metal songs, and I would spend my days, doing studies, and then after studies I would go to church hall. It wasn't a church hall, it was just some kind of community hall, and I would dance with my dance partner. We would dance, we'd get lessons, sometimes we would just practice, prepare for competitions. And most of the people, I've moved a lot during my childhood, so most of the friends that I made, you would make friends, you'd meet people, and then you'd move and you'd never hear from them again. But there were a couple friends that I made in Zimbabwe that, were real friends, just like Hope was a real friend that stayed in contact despite the distance. Matthew and his brother Lucas. Lucas was also a musician and is a musician. He teaches guitar lessons now. He gives guitar lessons. I see him uploading videos occasionally on Facebook, and I always share him out. Uploading videos of himself playing guitar, playing a song. And his brother Matthew and I were good friends, but Matthew wasn't really creative. Not then anyway. Nowadays he's creative. He's creative in his cooking. And yeah. Creative in gardening, farming and cooking. That's where his creativity expresses itself. Okay, next stage. So, for those of you who have spent a lot of time moving around, how has your experience been with relationships and how they carry over across distances? Because for me, that's been the hardest thing. I've always spent most of my time alone without friends because of that issue of moving and traveling, and then it's very seldom that you meet someone who values your company and your friendship enough that they actually make an effort after you're not in their immediate line of sight. And even if you make an effort, they don't. It's very rare to find someone like Matthew or his brother Lucas or Hope, and people who will stay in contact regardless of the distance. Gardening, farming, and cooking. Interesting. Probably quite healthy, I suppose. Really interestingly enough, he got some kind of weird side effect to COVID after he caught it. And so as a result, he has to be very health conscious. Like the most absurd things in his diet, like salt, can like cripple him with pain now. Like the virus attacked certain organs in his body and like they're scarred now, and if he doesn't eat a certain way, then he's always in chronic pain. It's gotta suck, to be honest. It's gotta fucking suck. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. His lifestyle has had to become like really fucking strict and healthy since COVID. Yeah, spices and salts and sugars and the things the rest of us eat no problem cause him chronic pain. To be honest, as a trucker, always on the move, I had a trucker support and talked to other truckers, but aside from that, no moving as well. Friends have gotten caught up in their own lives now, so have I, with the exception of one. I try to show love and support to streamers and attempt to make an acquaintance in hopes of being friends at some point. Well, I'd say that we're friends at this point, wouldn't you? Thank you, by the way. But yeah, when you live as someone who moves often, travels, it really shows you what is the difference between acquaintance and friendship. You learn that like 99% of the people that you thought were friends were actually acquaintances. And you'll go to some places, you'll live in some places for years and you'll never make a real friend. And you go to other places and you won't be there very long, 6 months, maybe years, depends. Like in my experience, being in Zimbabwe for 5 years versus being in the Northwest for 3 years. Sorry, I was only in Zimbabwe for 3 years. 3 years in the Northwest, 3 years in Zimbabwe. I made no friends in the Northwest, but I made 2 really close friends in Zimbabwe. Was in Cape Town for 3 years, made 1 friend. Was here in the Garden Route for 9 years, made 1 friend. It really puts things into perspective. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you would consider us as friends. Apologies for being slow. I'm trying to make my shoulder ease from pain. You don't have to apologize. I'm sorry to hear that your shoulder is in pain. Ti para masanakoto, team para masanakoto. Things will get better when you leave your current employer. I hope that is true. I hope that it will turn out that way. I need to eliminate all the whites in the background except the inside of the stars that I made. Eliminating all the whites in the background of my art piece. What is my favorite form of art? I don't have a favorite. I thoroughly enjoy visual art like this, drawings and paintings. I thoroughly enjoy musical art. I thoroughly enjoy videography and video art and photography. I thoroughly enjoy dancing. I thoroughly enjoy every form of art. But I guess if I really had to be objective about it, I could say that musical art is my favorite. What about you? What's your favorite art? Do you have one? I guess if you asking me the question of like, what's my favorite art? That would kind of implies that you have a favorite art form. No pressure though. Tattoos and food. Do you have a lot of tattoos, Midnight? I have one. The only reason I don't have more is because it's fucking expensive. Otherwise, I would have a fuck ton. And food is definitely one of the best forms of art. I can't deny that. Can't argue with that. Damn. These little stars here barely have any center. They barely have any white center. They're gonna be not really noticeable on the finished product. Well, not the second one anyway. This one that I'm doing right now, right here, this one will be fine. But that one, it seems like I filled it in when I was adding the ink around it. I ended up filling it in because when I rub on it, it doesn't make a white center. That's okay. It's too bad, but it's okay. Musical art, interesting. I currently have 4 tattoos, large tattoos, and I crave another one. One of them I drew a 2D version of and had a tattoo artist turn it into 3D. Nice! So this is the only... okay, you can see it there. That's the only tattoo that I've got. However, if I could, I would learn the piano and the saxophone. Dancing I love, but I'm shy to do others. Do it around others, I see. Playing the piano is a lot of fun. You send a picture of the tattoo you have that you originally drew. Nice. I'm gonna send it on Discord, send it in a whisper. One way or another, I will open it. And what about you, Macabre? Do you have a favorite form of art? Do you have any tattoos? Discord. Oh, look at that. I see this, like, can I put it on the screen? Would that be okay? No tattoos. I grew up in a strict Christian household as a child. I think you can relate. Yep, I can relate. Okay, here's Midnight's tattoo. So interestingly enough, both my mom and dad have tattoos. Despite being strict Christians, despite the fact that they encouraged me never to get a tattoo, they both have tattoos. So my mom, she wasn't always a Christian, so she got her tattoo in her days when she wasn't a Christian and she regrets it. My dad, he just got rebellious at some point in his youth. Okay, so I see here we've got like cards in a hat on a skull. And there's like dice here in the corners and flames. It reminds me of the Ghost Rider. Except that he's like very trickster, Joker vibes as well with the dice and the cards. Very cool. Very, very cool. I'd be very interested to see the original design of this, the one that you drew originally. So my parents have changed a lot. Like today my mom is not such a strict Christian. Like the tattoo that she always regretted having, she recently had another tattoo done over it. It was a little tattoo of a fairy that she had gotten when she was still a fairy worshipping heathen. And so she recently got a tattoo artist to put the Lion of Judah on top of it. And it looks fucking cool. It was before the Ghost Rider. I was going for the gothic but lucky tattoo. The dice equals 7 and the cards are all aces. Nice. If I find that drawing, I'll show you. Thank you so much. I do look forward to it. Lucky Goth. I like it. I think it is fantastic. Did you know, by the way, that the dice always adds up to 7? Like the opposite faces? Like opposite 6 is 1, so 1 and 6, 7. Opposite 3 is 4, 4 and 3, 7. And so on and so forth. The dice numbers on the opposite faces always adds up to 7. This is over 10 years ago. Okay, cool. So it's a 10-year-old tattoo. Fuck. Fucking hell. And it's one of 4. One of 4 big ones. "10 to 11 years ago. Jeez. This tattoo that I've got, I got it in 2016. So it's 6 years old. Half as old as yours. You were 18 and you're going to be 30 this year. Oh, you're 29. I got mine when I was 18 as well, and I'm gonna be 25 this year. Yeah. And so that's November or December? It's somewhere there, like towards the end of November, early December. Your birthday is somewhere there. I'm at the end of November. You're a December Sag. You were a blizzard baby. November is like... November and December is summer for us here in the south. But that's pretty cool that you were born during a blizzard. Sorry, the traveling and blizzard baby. My mom traveled from California to Georgia while pregnant with me, and after I was born on Thursday, a blizzard happened. Crazy. My mom traveled from the United Kingdoms to South Africa while she was pregnant with me. But I don't know what day of the week I was born. I think it might have been a Friday, but I'm not sure. And the weather was fantastic. Fantastic, warm, not too hot summer weather. One o'clock in the afternoon on a bright sunny day, bright sunny summer's day. Just before the weekend, baby. I got stuck though. I would have been born a few days earlier, except that I got stuck, and like I was stuck for days. Did I enjoy the cold or the heat more? I enjoy the heat very much. I like the winter vibes of like hibernating and staying indoors and building fire and focusing on just enduring through the cold. I like that energy of winter, the death energy of winter. But I really do like lots of heat. I really do. I like to not wear any clothes, and I like to get soaking wet and just be soaking wet, swimming, stand in the cold shower. I guess, yeah, I like energy more, I like heat more. But I'm not biased towards the seasons. I like winter as much as I like summer. Even though winter treats me really badly, I still like her. Winter's always trying to kill me, but I still enjoy her company. Summer though, summer's great. Allegedly I was supposed to be born a month before I was and be a Scorpio. Interesting. So you were like overdue, quite a lot overdue. So like, I enjoy looking at other streamers. I like go and check out other art streamers and other tarot streamers. I despise it when there's a tarot streamer who is playing video games in the art section. Fucking hate it. It's so triggering, and it shouldn't bother me so much, but it's like I feel I can't connect with you. I also can't trust your readings or your energy, because it's so, like, as a schizo, there's no difference between the symbol of reality and reality itself. So if you're playing a game which is a symbol of your reality, and it's like this, I don't know, shooting people and murder and whatever, then, you know, I don't want that energy in the space when you're doing a reading for me, or anyone for that matter. Yeah, so I don't like it when I find that. I don't subscribe or follow people who do that sort of thing. And then when it comes to the art streamers, like, I love it. I want to support art streamers, and I do. Like, I can't stick around in the chat when they spend 4 hours talking about a series. Like, oh my god, it's like, come on. We're talking about astrology, magic, friendships, relationships, but they're talking endlessly about the hype they have regarding the series that they're watching. That's like boggles my mind. I sit there with my jaw dropped, like, it's been 2 hours and you're still talking about the same fucking thing. But you know, each to their own. I guess they get into a zone and they like become mono-fixated on a topic, just like I do sometimes. It just happens to be that those topics that they're really passionate about is media. It's pop culture. And I guess that's what triggers me about it. It's like the fact that they're so passionate about things that don't matter. I think, dear, they are playing games in the middle to regain their energy or give people something else to focus on other than the readings. No, I get it. I get why they're doing it. And like I said, though, for me, it's like if you are focusing your mind on shooting people, or you're focusing your mind on stealing cars, Grand Theft Auto, you're focusing your mind on this or that, you know, that affects your reading, that affects your interpretation. It's an energy, it's a reality, a whole reality that you're entertaining and participating in. And I get why they're doing it, but it I don't feel like it's really don't really know what to say about it. I feel like death should be more sacred than that. Violence and death and crime even should be more sacred than to just have it ongoing as like a normal thing in the background while you're trying to be serious and mystical and self-development, but your mind is focused on murder while you're trying to self-develop or give advice to someone else on how to self-develop, yet your mind is focused on murder. Don't think that that's how it works. Don't think that's how it should work. Or it's a game like Sims and your mind is focused on aesthetics. Looking pleasing, looking good, wearing the right outfit, going to work. No. It seems to contradict the point of magic to me. But I don't say anything like that, I just don't participate, you know? I'm not going to try and tell other people what they can and can't do, but I'm not going to participate. Can you really disconnect from someone's energy after doing a reading if you don't switch your focus? No. But you don't have to switch your focus to something like murder or crime or shallow things, you know? You can switch your focus through meditation. Bring your focus to your breath. Bring your focus to the nature around you. Ground yourself. Art. Drawing an owl. Play a song. Yes, it does. But your energy would affect me if I was playing a game, and my energy affects you, you know? Me drawing this piece, it affects you. If I was playing a game, it would be a very different energy that's affecting you. So it would be a different reality that we're in. Like, can you feel it though? I'm sure you can. Can you feel the winter energy? The Unsili energy. It's like winter, cold, dark, death. That's the kind of energy that's here, but it's in a sacred form. Night. Winged predator of darkness. That's what I'm busy drawing. Lilith. Ruler of the night sky. The biggest predator under the moon. It's the middle of winter. We just came through. It's the 15th today, and I burned the Yule tree on the 13th. So we've just come through the darkest part of winter. The energy you get from me is comforting. Amazing. Yeah. The energy is supposed to be comforting. The energy is supposed to be welcoming and comforting, but I mean, it has a frequency of winter. Well, I feel that. Winter fairy, winter fae kingdoms. Nightbird energy. But thank you again for that recognition on the comforting energy, for recognizing that that's what I'm creating, and it's good feedback to hear that it, you know, it works, it is affecting you the way it's intended to. I only get energies of uncomfortable or comfortable, and you're most welcome. Okay, I see. I see. The rest of the subtle energies are still a little bit out of sight. Okay, that'll change. That'll change. C'est là. Some believe your energy is chaos. I feel like my energy is chaos. Like a violent thunderstorm. Perfectly safe, but still, you know, something terrible to witness. And then I've met some people who are like the sea, chaos like the sea. I don't feel like your energy is very chaotic, but what I do feel is like it's very unrelenting. It's like the wild, you know. If you go into the wild, you're not going to get any mercy from Mother Nature. If you get caught in a rapid, you're going to get fucked up. If you get caught outside after dark, you're going to probably end up with frostbite. There's no mercy from nature. So I feel that you've got that kind of like relentless, raw, wild energy. It's incredibly beautiful, as nature is incredibly beautiful, and it's incredibly powerful, as nature is incredibly powerful, but it's also incredibly dangerous and very hardcore. Tell me if that resonates with you. Interesting. I've never heard of that. I never knew that, but yes, it does, even though there is a soft side to me. Very interesting. So that is chaos, and like if you ask me, wilderness is chaos, the sea is chaos, the storm is chaos, the stillness of space is chaos. They're just different expressions of chaos. You've been told your soul is old. Well, I kind of feel like that is true. You don't make any wasted moves. You know, when you try and accomplish something, or when you're living life, you don't do unnecessary things, or you do minimal unnecessary things. You don't waste your... If we imagine life is like playing a game of chess, and you're doing as little wasted moves as possible, and I think that's what separates... That's what defines an old soul, is someone who's like approaches life as if they already have some kind of idea on what they're doing. Already got some kind of idea of who they are, what they want. I guess the soul and energy are different then, or is that wrong? I think the soul's energy can change. Yeah. Everything that you interact with will change your frequency. It's all the different things, all the different energies that are collected and influence you that defines you, your energy, your frequency. So it is for each of us. And that's an ever-growing, that's an ever-evolving process. The changes are not all that big, and they're usually very small and subtle, but it's like over a 10-year period that you can see the evolution of the energy. You can look back and be like, oh my god, look how much it has changed because of everything that I've been through. Really? Probably. So I don't think you're wrong when you say the soul and the energy are different. I think the soul is energy, but it also has an energy. So when you're using the word soul, you're defining a certain kind of energy, but not every soul is going to look the same. You know, its energy is not going to feel the same. Every soul is going to have a different frequency. And frequency would be like the rate at which it vibrates. Like when you got electricity, electricity is energy, and then there are different types of electricity that are on different frequencies. That's how much energy is moving at one time and what its patterns are like. So souls are the same. They have their own frequencies and their own currents, each one, but they're all made up of energy. Why the hype of higher energy? Or were they or we ever supposed to make your energy higher? So if I have to like consider the new age, if you are the kind of person who is very stressed, then they would call that stress energy, that stress vibration, they'd say it has a low frequency. And they'd say someone who is like very healthy, health conscious, someone who meditates and does yoga and is grounded and connected to the planet has a higher frequency. The energy's patterns are moving faster. And when you're experiencing negative feelings and negative currents, negative emotions like fear and shame, they're saying that those energies are moving, their patterns are slower. So if you had to imagine it was like waves, a higher frequency would be quick waves, small waves. Lower frequency would be bigger waves. But like, I don't know if raising your frequency is really the point. I don't know if that should be like an objective. And I don't know if it's true that when you're doing yoga you're vibrating at a higher frequency, or if you're like depressed, masturbating, and you're vibrating at a lower frequency. Who knows? Who really knows? I don't have the tools to measure it, to check. All in all, that the higher frequency, lower frequency stuff, that's all just labels. That's all just words that people have made up to help them understand their own condition of being human. Because I asked because in a sense humans are never supposed to be anything of a bad or negative emotion or anything in order to achieve higher frequency or energy and manifest things. At least that's my perception of how some describe it. I don't know, I feel like anyone can manifest anything, and it's not about the frequency of their energy or the type of energy that they're working with. You can manifest, like if you're full of fear, you can manifest the things that you're fearing. So, you know, I don't feel like negative emotions are a blockage that prevent us from creating. I think we are naturally creators. Yes, I feel like shame does prevent us from creating, because shame makes us feel inadequate, like we shouldn't be creating or we're not worthy to be creators. Zara is back. Welcome back. Zara, what is your take on the whole energy and frequency situation? You know, like, we're just discussing the idea that maybe we weren't meant to be raising our frequency all the time or trying to get to a higher vibration. So what's your take on all that? What does it mean to be on a low vibe, low frequencies versus high frequencies? Thank you, I was eating my lunch. Amazing. So in my sense, it's like, even as babies, we still feel anger or sadness, yet we still grew as a person. And it's interesting. Yeah. I think the dangers come in where, like, anger becomes a foundation stone in your identity. So you're still growing, but are you growing in compassion or are you growing in hatred? That's where the danger comes in, because someone who's growing in hatred can become dangerous to other people. Someone who's growing in their anger and feeding their anger and their frustration develops hatred and becomes violent. Usually when I think something or someone or I make a vision on my mind, after a while comes true. It manifests. I'm so sorry, hon, I'm passing out. Go sleep, Midnight. Thank you for hanging out with us, but if you need to sleep or if you fall asleep, yeah, we won't hold it against you, promise. So, yeah, on the topic of manifestation, I feel like it does work like that. So if I have to consider it from like quantum theory, if quantum reality is always like this jar, this wall, this room, all of these particles on their the smallest possible scale is in a quantum realm, and the quantum realm has no form. It only becomes what we see because we're observing it. So if you're visualizing things in your mind, you're collapsing the quantum reality into what you're visualizing, and so over time it becomes part of your present. And so, you know, that I do understand that's how manifestation works. So I don't feel like it's affected much by your frequency or your energy. It just depends on what you're choosing to visualize. Like if you're an angry individual, hateful individual, and you're visualizing murdering people all the time, at some point you're probably going to end up as a murderer. And likewise, if you are an anxious, afraid person and you're constantly visualizing all the worst case scenarios happening to you, then after a while all the worst case scenarios seem to manifest into your present, and so on and so forth. So if you're trying, so I guess when they're saying you need to raise your vibration, they're meaning get away from the fear, get away from the anger, focus on things that are going to be healthy or beneficial for you instead of things that are going to be detrimental to you. Such as, you know, what are your desires? Visualize creating things, visualize the things you'd like to have. And so it becomes. And don't fixate on the things you're afraid of. Don't fixate on your angers or your hatreds. Fixate on your love and your forgiveness, and fixate on your desires and your creativity. Fixate on your will and your grace. Because what you choose to observe in your mind and in reality is what will become your present. Oh, I wasn't preaching or saying that this is how we should do things. I'm just musing. I'm just like breaking the topic apart, trying to understand it better. Thank you for participating. Like the things we believe about ourselves and others and the universe should serve us. Like if I have something I want to create, then the things that I believe about the world and about myself should help me create what I desire to create and intend to create. Like a perfect example is something like Christianity, where Christianity considers things like homosexuality and psychic abilities to be quite evil. So then if I want to be someone, like my desire is to create a community of freedom where it doesn't matter what what your sexual orientation is or what this is or what that is, then to hang on to Christian beliefs would be a detriment to that dream that I'm creating. And that's just an example. Could be any example, but that's what came to mind. Or if I want to create like an environment where people can develop into their psychic abilities and like break the limits on what's possible, then hanging on to Christian beliefs that psychic abilities are bad or shouldn't be developed, also not going to serve that outcome or that vision. So it's the same with any belief. We should be letting go of the beliefs that don't help us create our desires, and we should adapt new beliefs according to what does help us create our desires. I've had some people accuse me and say that such a mentality or to do things that way would be a paradigm disaster. There's nothing in what you believe that's solid. And shame, they're just afraid. Because there is a core belief, and that core belief is that belief should serve me. And it's a pretty liberating principle. It allows me to, it's like if I ever feel afraid that I can't have something or I can't create what I want to create, I can just look at my beliefs and be like, okay, well, what am I believing that is making me so afraid? And I can let go of that belief, and I can take up new beliefs that help me cope. So it's a pretty liberating core foundation stone. But it does seem counterintuitive to have, to say that there shouldn't be any beliefs, that you should be changing your beliefs. That does seem counterintuitive, because most people are saying you've got to choose the things that you believe and stick to it, and I'm here saying no. Take up new beliefs to help you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, and discard old beliefs that don't help you get where you want to go. And it seems a bit counterintuitive. It seems scary to some. During my time at the Vipassana Meditation Center, like listening to the teachings that they say there, it's not so far off from the same topic. Like the teacher is saying, you shouldn't be like believing something or agreeing with something just because you heard it from a religious teacher, or you heard it from me, or you read it in a book. He says, no, you hear it and then you like give it fair trial. You say, okay, well, you said this thing will help me, so I will try it out. I will try and live this way, or I'll adapt this moral, or I will adapt this principle, and I will like give it a real world practice and see. If it doesn't help me, if it doesn't make any positive changes, then fuck it. I will like throw it away. But if it does, then hey, why not use it? If it does help me, why not use it? truth via experience, you know? There's no truth coming from anyone else's mouth or from any written word. The truth is what you experience. The truth is your own discernment. Welcome, Mr. Subin. Welcome back. I'm glad to hear you're finding value in our conversation and our topics. This is like my first attempt at a full night sky. And I'm a little bit concerned. I'm hoping it's going to come out the way that I'm imagining. Kind of nervous that it's not. But we'll see. I'm just going to keep on keeping on. And we'll see what happens. Okay, so I want to talk a bit more about Vipassana meditation. So it's a technique. It's a two-part technique. First part is Anapana, which is like sharpening your mind. It's like training your mind and your focus. Anapana is where you sit or you lie down or whatever, and you just be aware of your breathing. You don't try and deliberately breathe, you just be aware of the air passing through your nose into your lungs and out again. You just observe it, and sure, your mind will wander and you'll start thinking about other things, but you just keep bringing it back. You just keep on bringing it back to your breath and just observing your breath. And you know, and the more you are consistent with this, the less you find your mind is wandering, and suddenly you realize that your mind doesn't need to be brought back anymore. It stays where it's focused. The second part is bringing that awareness to the sensations on your body. Like if you're itching, or if you feel pain, or if you feel pleasure, you just observe it and you don't have to react to it. Like if you feel itchy, you want to scratch, but no, in Vipassana you feel itchy, you just acknowledge, I feel itchy over there. You don't respond to it. Same with pain, you just acknowledge, yes, there's pain there and it will pass away. It'll take some time, but it will pass away. If there's pleasure there, yes, there's pleasure. It will pass away with time. That everything is like temporary, rising and falling. So that's the principle of the technique. And the point of this, it's like practice. So in the real world, you have a conversation with someone and they say something that upsets you, they insult you, and you feel this nasty sensation in your body, this horrible sensation. You've just been insulted and you want to react. You want to react by doing something spiteful or saying something spiteful. You want to make the situation worse in essence. And usually we do. We let the emotions dictate our actions. We let our sensations dictate our course of action. But so Vipassana is like practicing for those real world situations. You're observing your pains and your discomforts and not reacting to it. So when you're faced with a real world situation where you feel triggered or angry, then it's not so hard to ignore it. It's not so hard to just observe it and take constructive action regardless of what you're feeling. So I wonder, is there anyone else who resonates with that, or anyone else who does a practice like that, or can see value in it? I have found both Anapana and Vipassana meditation techniques to be highly useful in every aspect of life, and Anapana to be especially like applicable and especially valuable in the practice of magic, because you know your emotions are energy. Just like electricity powers a physical computer or a physical light bulb, your emotions are the energy that power metaphysical spells and technologies and thought forms. So you can conduct the energy of your emotions through your focus, and if you can't like train your focus, then you can't really conduct your energy. Like you might try, you'll be like, okay, I want to send all of this healing energy into my mother, but you can't sit for 5 minutes and keep your mother in your mind's eye. Your mind is keep wandering everywhere else. Or you say to yourself, like, I want to direct all of this hatred and fear into that guy who is like hurting children or whatever, but you can't for 5 minutes keep that guy in your mind while you're focusing all of this hateful energy. Instead, it's going into your teacher, it's going into your children, it's going everywhere because your mind's going everywhere. So the Anapana, the practice of bringing your mind back to the observation of your breath, is highly effective at training your focus. I can't have any open white spaces in the sky. Texture is okay, but they cannot be open white spaces. By the way, guys, I'm gonna run out of electricity in like half an hour. And then I would have been here for 4 hours by then. And I feel like I made some really good progress with this piece here. And this piece, I'm still busy with the sky. I started out with the sky, and I'm still busy with the sky, and I've been working on it for more than 2 hours, but who cares, eh? It's still progress. Slow progress is still progress. I guess I was, once again, a little bit ambitious when I chose to do this night sky background. So like I want to push my art streams to from like 4 to 6 hours. I want to be art streaming for like 5 hours average, as many as 6. And I want my tarot streams, my like divination streams, mystic streams, and just chatting streams to be like 3 to 4 hours. 3 to 4 hours on one day, 4 to 6 hours on another. The electricity story does make it a little bit difficult, but I'm going to solve that. I am solving that. I've been solving that for a while, and I'm almost finished solving it. Like yesterday, I was solving it. I don't see the results immediately, but there's progress. Like putting all the pieces together in the solar rig, making sure that everything's working. Soon enough, it will be working. Hey, love.
Hey, baby. Gonna put the focaccia in the oven now.
Amazing. I saw you put it on the roof outside there in the sun. So it could rise. I can only get it so clean, so smooth, soft. Soft is the word. I can only get it so soft with a pen. I need to switch out between the pen and the pencil to get the right level of texture, get the right amount of texture, and the right softness of texture. Like I'm busy doing a layer of pencil right around the edges of the stars, right around the edges of the moon, and the edges of the owl, edges of the waterfall. Once I've done all of that, I'm gonna have to go back to pen, back to ink, to like level it out, level out the shade, and then I will need to go back to pencil to fill in any gaps, because I can't have any gaps in the night sky. I could, but I don't want to. I'm trying a new technique at creating night sky effects. And I'll only really be able to get the contrast and the effect that I'm hoping to get when the shade is one uniform color without any gaps. I missed that one. There's this art streamer on Twitch, his name is Buttery Smooth. I find him to be a fantastic inspiration. Also traditional art. Like, he has an art share day. I mean, his channel is a bit bigger than mine, quite a bit, like 5,000 followers. So he has an art share day once a week where he just, like, all he does is like share other people's art. People drop their art in his Discord channel, and then he just like art shares. He just like shows all of those art pieces off. Spends a whole day doing that. And there's also days where he does a draw along, you know, where he doesn't do any commissions, or he doesn't do any of his own pieces, and he just gets a prompt word. Like the one day it was madness, one day it was melting, and then, you know, everybody just draws whatever comes to mind based on that word, and then they share it with each other. Him as included, like he's on the stream, he's busy drawing it, and then other people are off the stream drawing it, but they're sharing it in the Discord. And he spends a whole day doing that, just drawing the prompt word and expressing the prompt word in different forms. And I think that's really fantastic, and I'd love to do something like that. Just have to wait a bit for the channel to grow a bit and get interest. Or, I guess I've just got to do it. Give myself a prompt word and do it, whether anyone else joins me or not. As long as I keep doing it, others will start joining me. I think if I am doing that, then I guess other artists who come into the stream who feel inspired would then immediately start drawing along, you know? Definitely something worth thinking about, something worth trying out. Another thing that has come to my mind for the sake of growth, like if I want to, like I'm thinking of what can I do differently that can like help with my growth as a content creator and as a streamer and artist. What I could do is I could like set myself a topic. Like I could brainstorm a topic before the stream or on an off day, brainstorm a couple topics and, you know, just talk about them. Sometimes my mind goes blank, but if I already had a topic, then it wouldn't matter much. Because I could talk for hours, so just choose a topic I could talk for hours on and then talk about it. Or a handful of topics that I can like cycle through each week. these are my topics for the week that I will cycle through. Yeah, I think so, because I noticed that if I'm busy chatting, like if we're busy talking about something, like the one time I was talking about sex magic and semen retention, and one time I was talking about I don't even if I could remember. And today I was talking about Vipassana meditation, but it's like when I'm engaged in one of these kinds of topics and I'm actually giving value on the topic, then people who come into the stream stick around long enough to hear me finish that topic. Like I notice if I'm busy talking about a topic, then my viewer counter will rise. My viewer counter does go up by 1 and then drops by 1 and goes up by 1 and then drops by 1. This happens throughout the stream. But if I'm like busy having a conversation, or if we're busy chatting, or if I'm busy discussing a topic, then it'll go up by 1 and it stays up by 1. And then it goes up by another 1 and it goes up by another 1, and it can go as high as like 6, 7. It just keeps on growing as long as I'm engaging that single topic. When I finish discussing that topic, then it drops back down. But yeah, I think you get the point. If I had like a set of topics per week that I could rotate through, I could probably hold the attention of random scrollers for a little bit longer, perhaps long enough for them to subscribe. If they aren't already subscribers that are popping in, most likely, I feel like most are already subscribers. The mystical streams and the tarot streams, those bring new people in. The art streams, not really. The art streams get me to engage with people who are already subscribers. It doesn't really bring new people in. Not yet, anyway. Like other art streamers who only stream art, they do grow. They get people in. They just do it consistently, and it does reach an audience, even if it takes a while. Like if I go and check my channel's analytics, nobody is searching art. Nobody is searching for the word art. Nobody's searching for the word traditional, portrait, none of that. None of my keywords are being searched for. The only keywords people are searching for are tarot. That's literally the only keyword that people are searching. And also I see most of my traffic is coming from Google, not even from YouTube itself. Most people are searching for tarot readers and mystics on Google, and I'm showing up on Google. My YouTube channel shows up and they come in through Google. My viewers are primarily like the traffic that comes to the channel. What my analytics tells me is that most of the people who are coming through the channel are Indian and French. And I guess that's just to do with the time zone. It's a little bit difficult, like it's a little bit frustrating that majority of the audience is Indian, because like there is absolutely no way that someone in India could send a tip to me in Africa. The French again, money can come from France, things can come this way from France, but not from India. So it's a little bit frustrating that is like majority of the audience. Not that I have anything against India, it's just like, yeah, it's a limitation. It's a frustrating limitation. Basically, none of the Indian audience can be converted into a paying client. That's the frustrating part. Like, none of the Indian audience can end up as someone who's buying commissions or end up as someone who's paying for private services. And that's, yeah, it's unfortunate. I've gone off the screen, I see. Can't have that. And Facebook is so full of errors and flaws and a load of bullshit. Facebook is so flawed that I have no analytics. Like, I can't even stream on Facebook for longer than an hour before it disconnects me. There's so many problems with my Facebook content and Facebook in general that, like, it's not able to form any kind of analytics for me. And yeah, and Twitch doesn't have all the same analytics as YouTube and Facebook. Like, it does have some, but like, it can't tell me geographical regions, and it can't tell me, you know, there's certain things it doesn't help with. But Twitch is great for its community aspects. The viewers on Twitch, people on Twitch, are looking to make connections. They're looking to engage, they're looking to chat, they're looking to come back regularly and like make friends, become friends. Which I find is not so much the case on YouTube. People who use YouTube are not really used to that. You know, they're used to being an audience, not used to being a friend. So the community building aspects of Twitch are a huge advantage. Something else I notice is that both platforms go through various lulls where there's nobody viewing anything on either platform. Okay, that's not the truth. People are viewing, but the numbers of people on the platforms have dramatically reduced. Like, there'll be periods where nobody will watch my streams on Twitch. There'll be periods where I've got like 12 to 20 viewers on Twitch. And there'll be periods where I have 0 viewers on Twitch. And the same will apply to YouTube. There'll be periods where I'll have like 7 to 15 viewers on YouTube. And there are other periods where there's nobody watching on YouTube. Literally nobody. Like, there'll be whole months where Twitch grows 3-5 followers per day and YouTube stays stagnant. In fact, goes backwards. And there's other periods where Twitch will stand still, or it'll go backwards, and YouTube will go up by 3, 5, 6 per day. I have been fortunate thus far that YouTube and Twitch have not gone stagnant at the same time. Whereas, like, when one has gone down, there's one that's still up and working. Still got viewers, still got interaction, still got growth from one side or the other. So I feel like that gives me a unique advantage, as I've watched other Twitch viewers, other Twitch streamers who have like, they get stagnant for whole months at a time because there's nothing happening. And I'm fortunate that when things are stagnant on Twitch, things are still growing on Facebook, or no, not Facebook, on YouTube, sorry. Facebook is becoming progressively more and more useless as a platform, unfortunately. Like, they keep making all these changes to try and be more exclusive, to make things better and easier for people to grow, or for people to be connected with the right kind of content. But each time that they make these changes, or they put up these new rules or change their policies, it gets harder to use the platform. It gets harder to see interaction or growth on the platform with each consecutive change. And then platforms like Instagram and TikTok shouldn't exist. They don't make sense to me. My brain can't make sense of them. Like, what the fuck? Instagram is a version of Facebook that only accepts pictures? Like, why? Why do we need a separate platform with less features owned by the same company? It's like, whatever. TikTok. Okay, the only gripe I have with TikTok is its limitation to mobile. So that's another issue with Instagram. It's like they created a Facebook doppelganger that cannot be accessed on the desktop and that only accepts photos. They're like, hey, if we can apply all of these random limitations to Facebook, people would like it more. And they were right. People like it more with all those limitations. And it's absolutely absurd. Like, the human condition is fucking absurd. Yeah, the only gripe I have with TikTok is its mobile only thing. The fact that I have to make and edit my videos on mobile and view things on mobile. That's what bothers me about it. My primary computing device is a laptop, a computer, and it always has been and always will be. Secondary computing device is a cell phone, and it always has been and always will be secondary. So any platforms that want me to use my mobile device as my primary device are not gonna work for me. I feel the temperature is dropping as we reach the evening. And we've only got 2 minutes on the clock before I run out of power. But at least I have marked in all of the stars. See if we can close these gaps between all of the stars. I can't do it in 2 minutes, but you know, just continue on even after the 2 minutes has come to a close. Even when the power goes out, just keep on keeping on. Now I've got errands to run at 4 o'clock. Not quite at 4. I've got an extra hour at 5 o'clock I've got to go and do stuff. Three hours and 56 minutes, and it's 4 o'clock. Let's see how long we can keep going. Need to pee so bad. I'll go and pee when the power runs out.